All right, gentlemen. All right. You're on. Thank you for the tier 1. 66 months. Oh, boy. Why'd people come, monkey? That's right. That's so right. Couldn't have said it better myself. Okay, gentlemen. We have got some things to do today. Dude, I hate Microsoft. I hate these stupid fucks. They changed my default browser. I don't want to use Edge. Stop edging me. Oh my goodness, they changed fucking, oh my, what, like why? What's the point? What's the point? What's the point in changing these settings? Why do you just make me change them back? Microsoft can suck my fucking scrotum, dude. All right, gentlemen. Gentlemen. Here we go. Let me find... What? Did I get rid of heavy crossbow already? Oh, I already farmed the next one, didn't I? I did. So, yeah. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that we already know what the next weapon's gonna be. That is, the Crescent Halberd. Or whatever the fuck the name of it is. You know what I'm talking about. Let me go find it. This thing. Ripple Crescent Halberd. Yeah. Alright. Every weapon tracker, let's get you into the video game. Okay. Ripple Crescent Halberd. Number 7. Maybe I should do... Maybe I should do that? Maybe that's gonna be a little better? Sure. Why not? Beautiful. Beautiful. Love to see it. Okay, yeah, our next weapon is going to be the Ripple Crescent Halberd. Okay, and then I already opened the stuff, or already submitted the stats for the heavy crossbow, so we're good to go there. All right. All right, gentlemen. So, next weapon coming up is Ripple Crescent Halberd. That's what we know. All right. We got the weapon. We're ready to go into what is this going to be? New game plus 6? Oh. I don't have Renala dead, dude. Fuck. Okay. Okay. That's annoying. Shit, that's really annoying. I mean, I can just go New Game Plus and then, like, make my way immediately to Renala. That's an option. Yeah, why don't I do that? Okay, yeah, that's how we'll do this. Max level halberd. Let's go immediately to Renala. How's that sound? Okay, gentlemen. Oh, I should also change stream titles. Let me do that. 7 out of 4. What's the number? 443? 447? 447. 7 out of 447. Ripple Crescent Halberd
was shattered in our home.
All right.
Across the fog, the lands between.
Can you show us the timer spreadsheet? I want to make a guess for the time, please. Do we have mods to do a Gamba? Because we could do a Gamba if you guys want.
Queen Marika the Eternal is no.
You guys want to do a Gamba?
Found.
Brave isn't my default browser. It is.
Of the Black Knives.
Stop fucking with me.
Godwyn the
I finished heavy crossbow at 1823.24. We've been averaging very slightly over 3 hours per run. Very slightly.
Marika's offspring, demigods all. The shards.
All right, how about let me run a prediction because I don't think I have mods here right now.
The mad taint of their strength. Triggered the shattering.
Ripple Crescent Halberd over or under 3 hours. Over.
A war leading to abandonment.
Under.
By the great.
Alright, you guys got a minute.
Oh, rise now, ye tarnished, ye dead.
Nice.
Who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
Up to you, gentlemen.
Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands. The ever-brilliant Gold Mask.
Ever brilliant.
Fear, the deathbed companion. The loathsome dung-eater. And Sir Gideon Othmere. The all-knowing.
Nice. Very nice. All right, gentlemen, let's go play. Okay. Ripple Crescent Halberd. I need to go respec because I didn't kill Renala on the last playthrough, which means my current stat spread is awful for this weapon. Although, honestly, not that bad. I got 38 arcane for some reason. I don't know why I got that, but we want that to be 99, obviously. Okay. So that's going to be objective number 1. And while we're doing that, we can also think about power stancing this weapon. We could farm for another one if we wanted to. But I'm not sure I'm going to want to do that. But while we're doing that, we should be thinking about what kind of build we want to be going for on this thing. So halberds are weird little things. This is their charge attack. Or that's like the normal charge attack for a halberd, which is terrible. It's not good. However, it can have some really potent, like its best moveset oftentimes ends up being this R1 chain. And if you really need stance damage with it, it can end up being jump attacks. Jump R2s. That's also a pretty valid choice. However, something that's unique, like the unique value of this weapon is this really strange stat scaling where it has S arcane scaling. That obviously works well with like bleed buildup or poison buildup or rot buildup, but there's no way to get that innately on the weapon. However, you can use greases. So blood grease is actually really, really potent with this weapon, and it's gonna be a pretty solid mainstay. Obviously, there's gonna be a different strat when we're going up against things that aren't bleedable. So with that said, I think that starts to push us in White Mask direction, I think, which I don't actually have yet. Do I have Lord of Bloods? I also have never gotten Lord of Bloods. Okay, but that's where I'm thinking this weapon wants to be, like, heading. Yeah, Greasy Ripple build. That's where I'm thinking where this build wants to be heading. We don't have Bleed Grease as a craftable quite yet. But let's also think about what we're going to be doing when we're not going to be bleeding, because that's kind of what this setup looks like right now. Two-hand sword talisman's good. The sprint attacks on this thing are alright, but like it's not exactly as if I'm going to be building for it. However, probably going to be getting more value than average out of Letta's armor for that reason. Because the sprinting R1s are quite good, and then obviously, of course, you're going to be doing rolling attacks sometimes as well. So, Letta armor pretty solid here. Charge attacks, not really going to be good. Jump attacks is definitely something to think about. Definitely something to think about. Spinning slash is also, like, kind of an idea. Alright, hold on. I have a nerd question for myself. We need to pull up the Elden Ring Bible. Because this could definitely dictate where this build goes. I won't screw you guys on the time investment here, so I'll just light the grace and then quit out. Blood Flame Incant so you don't need to farm greases. Does it work on Blood Flame Incant? It shouldn't. I don't think arcane scaling does anything to it. But you know what? Let's pull up the wiki page, because usually, like, there's usually mention of something like that. Okay. It mentions greases here. This is all grease. It doesn't mention anything about Blood Flame Blade. And like I said, it shouldn't work with Blood Flame Blade because Blood Flame Blade is like, it's like Black Flame. Like, you don't affect, it doesn't look at anything on your weapon to determine what it does. It just applies an effect that builds up bleed over time. It says no at the bottom. Spell buffs like Blood Flame Blade don't appear to scale properly on this weapon. Okay, the way that Fextra phrases this is incorrect. They don't scale on this weapon, but that's exactly what they should be doing. But this is what I was talking about here. This is what I was talking about here. The fact that it has arcane scaling makes the bleed grease do more damage the more arcane you have. Right? That's the idea here. Now, the question that I was going to ask, we got a little bit of a nerd question here. Exclamation part, MV, I think is what it is. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, this is the Bible. This is the Bible. We have, status motion values. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Ash of War attack data, spinning slash on a halberd. Where's halberd? Am I crazy? Is this not called spinning slash? What the fuck is this called? No, it's spinning slash. Oh, that's for Dragon Halberd. Which might still be... I mean, it's probably going to be the same values. What is VAR? What's VAR 1, VAR 2? I don't know what these are. I'm looking for the values on a halberd. But down here, it's probably the same values. Probably. Probably. So, what I'm looking for here is the weapon buff motion value. Or maybe it's the status motion value. I'm not actually sure. Because what I'm doing is I'm putting on a weapon buff. But that weapon buff is applying status. So I don't actually know which one of these two numbers it uses. But either way, these numbers look like okay. Weapon buff looks great. Status motion values look fine. I press L2 twice and I would get God, I'm 150, 165, 185, almost 2 R1s. So one full spinning slash is almost 2 R1s worth of status buildup. I mean, that's not amazing. It's not amazing, but it's all right. Anyway, okay, so the reason why I cared about that is to try to figure out if I should build into this Ash of War or not. Because, like I said, the gimmick, the strength of this weapon is in how it interacts with greases that scale with arcane. So, like, pretty much specifically bleed grease, and that's about it. So yeah, I mean, building for an Ash of War is an idea, but I think the other idea that I like a little bit more here is going for multi-hits, perhaps? Multi-hit and eventually Lord of Blood's Exaltation and White Mask. But, like, generically, I'm going multi-hit here. And Ritual Sword. And then we're going for R1 spam is the general idea here. Chilling Mist. Well, okay. You can't put Ashes of War on this thing. You can't put attunements or Ashes of War on this thing. So that Ashes of War aren't part of the building process of this, but you can put greases on it, which is why greases are a thing on this weapon. Poison and Rot. Yeah, Poison and Rot exist, but like, what's the point? The Poison and Rot are status effects for if you have no other options, or if you are doing like extremely low damage. We're not doing extremely low damage, so we like the look of bleed better here. Maybe not like at this specific moment because we don't have the bleed synergy stuff, but over the course of this run, we're gonna get the bleed synergy stuff. Poison buffs is why you can get the exact same buffs with bleed. Barring Poison Hand, I suppose. So yes, at this exact moment, when I have poison buffs and not bleed buffs, yes, like I said, that's fine. But that's not the direction that this build is going to go. However, with that said, it's something that we can play with here. Until we get access to our proper bleed setup. So our offhand is going to have Poisoned Hand. And this is going to be how we set up all of our poison buffs. And then this is going to be a Poison Grease kind of build. And then for the rest of our armor slots, it's either max defense or like Rakshasas. I think realistically we just go max defense here. And then I need to do multi-hit in the physic, and I don't know, can we think of anything that'll do a decent job as the second physic tier? Let's think. This is obviously good value. There's not a whole lot else here that's going to do very much for us. I mean, Green Burst is fine, but like it's not really doing anything for us. And then need to find the craftable for this. Root Resin and Poison Bloom. Tombsward Cave. Okay. Tombsward Cave. Oh, it's the Miranda Cave. Okay. I think Stance Break tier to try to get more hits in for the extra bleed for free. Yeah, the thing is, I'm planning on doing R1 spam here. And, like, R1 spam isn't awful on halberds, but it's not exactly big stance damage. And stance tier is active for 30 seconds, so, like, it doesn't feel super value. It does something. But it does something in the same way that stam tier does something, you know? Alright, we are going to get up next to Red Wolf. Gonna do the DLC as well. I'll go to the DLC if it has something I need to get. Otherwise, no. Really judge the weapon, you must try all greases. No. There's gonna be 2 ideas here. There's bleed, and then there's poison/rot. Poison is just replenishable, and rot is not. The frost doesn't scale with arcade, despite what YouTube comments might tell you. So the idea is get damage buffs with poison or rot, or get damage buffs with bleed. Bleed's gonna be the better idea because bleed also gives you damage on top of giving you damage buffs. And I suppose there's going to be some bosses that are immune to bleed and vulnerable to rot or poison, and some bosses that are immune to rot and poison and vulnerable to bleed, right? And those ideas are kind of interchangeable here. The status buff ideas are interchangeable with his weapon, but those are the only 2 ideas. There's not different ideas here. It's using a seal with Blood Flame Blade against the rules. Not against the rules, but it doesn't work. So the reason why it doesn't work with Blood Flame Blade is because Blood Flame is like... It functions in the same way that Black Flame functions. Where you put... You hit something with Blood Flame... Where's my jump across? Is it not right here? Did I go too far? Is that it? That doesn't look right. This looks right. When you hit something with Black Flame, they have a little effect that goes on them where their HP drains for 2 seconds. There's no way to buff Black Flame damage. It does exactly the amount of damage that it's going to do every time, no matter what. You put on Fire Damage tier, it won't change anything. You put on Ritual Sword, it won't change anything. Absolutely no way to buff that damage. Same thing with Blood Flame, except instead of draining health, it builds blood. And because that's the way it functions, where it's not even paying attention to how it got applied to a target, it won't be affected. It won't be affected by arcane scaling and my arcane level. However, Blood Grease is different because it doesn't apply like a debuff essentially onto an enemy. It doesn't do that. It hits an enemy, you know? And when it hits the enemy, it looks at motion values of the weapon that is hitting the enemy. So, Blood Flame Blade is not an idea here. It wouldn't be better on this weapon than any other weapon. So we're not going for it. Does Rod even have arcane scaling? I thought it didn't. It might not. I think it does. It's not the most relevant thing. Let's see. Poison Grease, Blood Grease, Sleep Grease. Yeah, okay. It doesn't even mention Rot Grease in here. Rot probably doesn't have arcane scaling. Rot's in a very weird spot where it's hardly ever relevant. So knowing the answer to that question is not, like, I'm wanting to build into Poison anyway. Because Poison's actually, like, a sustainable strat and not a, oh, I found this one fucking Rot Grease on the ground randomly somewhere. I'm gonna use it for one single boss, you know? Whereas Poison Grease is actually a thing that you can go get. Alright, with that said, I have no idea where this cookbook is. Looks like that's just a drop down. So the boss is in there. Okay. It must... I thought there was a way to the left over here, but I guess not. Unless there is? Is this a spot? No, it's not. Tin Man, thank you for the Prime, and Sigrid, thank you for the Tier 1. Okay, I believe that's the cookbook I'm looking for. But I'm gonna keep wandering through the rat cave. And just make sure. Alright, that puts us here. Understandable. Have a nice day. Okay. Rot did really well for us on the Rotten Great Axe for obvious reasons. Yes, but also, arcane scaling was not the primary concern of that weapon, whereas it definitely is with this weapon. So anyway, here is our poison grease. Need a poison bloom farm and a root resin farm. To properly, like, make it, but that's not the biggest deal in the world. And now we've got, like, a build set up. We've got a build set up and ready to go. We've got the ideas of this build in place. And R1 halberd spam with poison grease seems like the idea. And obviously, of course, we're aiming... Okay, here's our buffs. And you can see just how high the damage gets cranked the moment that you get the poison buffs. Ow. All right. Beautiful. Should probably get Greasemonger Bell Bearing next time you find yourself in the DLC for future Grease adventures. There's not a ton of greasing that you want to do in Elden Ring. I'll be honest. Grease is not usually the most viable weapon buff available. This weapon is odd. This is an odd little guy. No, there's no Ash of War changing or changing of affinity with the Ripple Blades. That's the main reason why Grease is good on this. Because otherwise I'd be running Poison Mist. Just 100% candidly. There wouldn't be much of a reason. to be using grease in favor of poison mist if I could use it. However, we're about to get access to Renala, which means we get our respecs. And we get to have a character that's, like, properly leveled for this weapon. Alright. So, get our buff supplied. Alright, so we're building up multi-hit here, and got the poison applied. So we've got our buffs going now. There goes the poison buffs again. Beautiful. All right.
My dear daughter, thy might.
Why Letta's chess piece? Letta's chess piece is, like, realistically best in slot for almost every build in the game. Like, unless you're doing a jump attack build. If you're doing anything other than a jump attack build, you probably want Letta's chess piece, because it buffs your rolling attacks and sprinting attacks.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Is it that to become?
Okay. So, now we get to respec. This is obviously, we're in playthrough 7 at this point. New game plus 6. So, we're gonna want our singular damage stats. If weapons only scale with one stat, we're gonna want that stat maxed out for sure. Mind does not matter here. None of the other damage stats matter, so this is simply a game of... Yeah, I mean, this is just... Mind doesn't matter. These stats don't matter. So it's health and endurance. These are the only needle movers here. 12 decks, son of a bitch, dude. I got the decks from Millicent's prosthesis. Let's go, dude. Let's go. It's all calculated. Alright, we'll need to fix that eventually, because I think Millicent's prosthesis may eventually get replaced. Okay. Great Rune number 2. Here we come. I'm gonna go take out Radon, because this may be one where we want to go to the DLC, like you said, for Greasemonger's Bell Bearing. And I definitely want to go to Moog regardless on this run, because I need to get White Mask. All right. Jeb Kreb, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Ow. Ow. Alright, gentlemen. The amount of times I'm gonna do Radon and Radon stake skip in these runs will make me a true Celia skip gamer. Just not yet. Dude, can I get a fucking double jump for the love of God, man? Alright. Alright. Philae, thank you for the prime. All right. Yeah, I guess I'm just losing these runes. That's fine. Went too far to the left. Nice. Okay, let's do a little bit of Radon action. Multi-hit Radon with Poison Grease should be fine. I'm also not sure if you guys have been noticing it, but the build-up goes super fast. That's a good example of what I'm talking about and why greases are good on this weapon. See that? Build up in 3 hits. Pretty good. Pretty solid. Let me go pick up these runes. Might as well. Might as well, man. Okay. I guess we're probably doing Abductor Virgins to get to Altus. So I won't burn all these runes. And my future self will probably realistically not thank me. But I can pretend. Alright, okay, I would like to die quickly. That's the goal. What was that? That was Millicent's prosthesis. Why can I wield it? Why can I wield this weapon? Why do I still have... Oh, because Radigan's Source Seal also gives dex. We did need dex level. Beautiful. Alright, let's go do a little bit of Abductor Virgins, gentlemen. Now, I don't think Abductor Virgins can be poisoned. They also can't be bled. So, the greatest unique strength of this weapon completely out the window. You're welcome. Say thank you. However, we will still keep this, generic build on for this. I guess, that's an upgrade. Alright. Virgins, I need Altus access. Holy shit. Stand and bang. You think I'm gonna avoid your attacks? Oh. Oh. He's dead? He's dead, but I'm still getting sucked? What? 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 All right. If you say so. Ain't even fucking Tuesday. Ain't it, mate? Alright, well, the boss is dead. So I guess I just gotta run through. That boss gave 37,000 runes. New game +6, ladies and gentlemen. Kill a boss and get 1 fucking 15th of a level. That's all right. Huge. Absolutely huge. Okay. Do need to get bleed grease eventually, but we're also not there yet. We can pretty safely run a poison build until we get to Moog. Then we'll pivot over into a bleed build. That's my plan. Should I get to Moog through Vare? Maybe. Because I don't think I need to go to Consecrated this playthrough. Can you farm bleed grease? I assume so. Probably. Okay. Let's slot that back in here. How do you uncap the new game plus? Because if I'm not mistaken, the max new game is +7. That is when the difficulty reaches its max. And I'm not changing that. But you don't do anything and you just keep going new game plus. That's just vanilla functionality. Merchant in Mogwin sells infinite blood roses and you can farm root resins near Bernal. Nice. What have you learned about this weapon? It just seems like an arcane beat stick. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Sounds about right. Hello. Hello, big man. What you doing, big man? Poison in 3, dude. Ow. Halberd. Halberd. Halberd charge attack. Love to see it. Yeah, dude. Imagine if I had bleed on and I wasn't using a status effect that applying it got in the way of applying it again. I'd be busting out like 2 or 3 bleeds a fight. Pretty quick. Why am I busting bleeds? Because that's what I should be doing. Busting out bleeds, gentlemen. Bleed busters. Ain't that the truth, cuzzo? Alright. Church District High Road Grace has the Greasemonger's Bell Bearing. Gives you infinite buyable root resin. Farming root resin is not hard, to be fair. But just having it for purchase would be nice. Do I keep shackles in between runs? I don't think I do. Okay, we're going for Lord of Bloods. Starting to get our bleed synergy stuff. You do? Really? Really? I've just never picked up a shackle? Really? Wouldn't this challenge take like a year? More. Quite a bit more. Shit, even if I was doing 1 weapon a day, it would still take a year and a half. And I'm not doing 1 weapon a day. I tell you what. Does Bushy read YouTube chat? Unfortunately, yes. I sure do. Immediately proven right from my my grievances by seeing giving up on French challenge, huh? Excellent YouTube chat. Yes, obviously. Believe it or not, I didn't do it yesterday and I didn't do it today, so it's just not something I would ever possibly want to do ever again in the future. No plans in the slightest. God, I'm already being a salty little fucking bitch, aren't I? That's tough. Gentlemen, stop asking stupid questions. Really, I need you to. Got my Switch 2 yet? I sure do. I've been playing and molding a lot at Pokemon Champions. All right. I think this could definitely be a spot where spinning slash is actually quite good. Fucking dog, dude. What a fight. Hey, listen, at least I only have to do it one time out of these next 447 runs. What? Thank you. Okay, Lord of Bloods. Beautiful. Alright, now I'm gonna go make my way towards Moog. And we're gonna get this bleed idea set up, dude.
Only fine. You have earned now to become the thing as become.
Okay. Yeah, I'm planning on doing 2 weapons today. Unless, for whatever reason, this one goes really slow. But I don't think it should go really slow. Is there, like, upgraded bleed grease or poison grease in the DLC? I don't think there is. I think there's only upgraded damage grease in the DLC. Which is not really useful.
My doubt, the words of the truly, I believe, even that's the oh, give it to try, and if it
All right, big man Magnus. What's Big Man Magnus up to? Idiot. Let me in. Thank you. Okay, might as well pop the grease. It's not like I need to save it for whatever reason. Nice. 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 Build up in 2, huh? Agnes, you're being a little fucking dirty bitch right now. Thank you. Okay.
I wish to a night luminary. So now, for your
Thank you. Okay, need to do another journey back down to Weeping. Is Ice Spear an option? Nope. Sure isn't. Doesn't. Can't change the Ash of War on this weapon, and even if you could, I still haven't made a decision on this, but I'm very, very in between on if I should even use, like, overtly offensive Ashes of War, like Ice Spear, where you put it on a weapon and then the weapon stops wanting to attack and just starts wanting to only press L2. Because at that point, like, should probably just run, like, should probably do, like, an Ash of War only build. And can I, like, reasonably say that a spear, which is by itself completely dog shit, is actually good if you use Ice Spear on it? You know? I think if it's a particularly good weapon for it, like Clayman's Harpoon is particularly decent with Ice Spear. Is it really? What causes that? The int scaling? Why would that cause that? That's not normally how Ash of War damage calculation works. Or if it's a unique Ash of War. Yeah. I don't know. This seems like I can't put it directly into words, but sometimes it feels kind of odd. Kind kind of vibe that I got going on here.
I do not wish to cause anyone worry. Please, be safe.
Sorry, Arena. Yeah, like turning every single smithing short sword into a square off run and turning every single smithing spear run into an ice spear or whatever the occult version of that is. I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Let me look up blood grease.
Oh, good heavens. Clench your teeth or something.
It's from this book, which is in Fort Height. All right. Cool.
Never forget, for it is what you have. Oh.
With somber weapons, it's a different story because those aren't ashes of war. Those are weapon skills that, and all ashes of war are weapon skills, but not all weapon skills are ashes of war. Ashes of war are the pickup, like the items that you pick up and put on smithing weapons. Weapon skills are the things that you press L2. But the point is... Wait, hold on. I need to go get White Mask first. The point is, if I use Sword of Night and Flame, that Ash of War is exclusively a part of Sword of Night and Flame. So, like, of course I'm going to use it. If I use a broadsword and then I slap square off on it and all I do is press square off, and then I do the same thing with every other straight sword, I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. I can sense a large pile of hyper-specific clarifying questions that I'm not going to be interested in answering coming up here. So, yeah. Don't get mad when your clarifying question gets ignored. Goodbye. Hello? Thank you. White Mask. There it is, gentlemen. White Mask. Okay. So, one legitimate benefit to poison over bleed here is the poisoned hand. You get an additional 7.5% damage buff for going for poison instead of bleed, because there's no blood hand, you know. However, I think that's gonna get made up for by the fact that bleed is a status effect that works a lot better with this idea and actually gives damage. I guess I don't need to kill him. You're gonna kill the merchant so you don't need to come back through this area repeatedly? I thought that didn't work. I thought merchant bell bearings didn't work. I mean, I'll give it a try, I suppose. Alright, I can't imagine I'm gonna need more than that.
I'm afraid of.
But yeah, we'll give it a try. That looks about right. I should have killed the little dude first. And by the little dude, I mean the big dude. They don't carry over to the next new game cycle. That's what I heard. But I suppose it makes sense for me to test it personally. Oh, fuck. I was really hoping that was gonna flinch him. Ow. Oh my goodness, dude. Alright, whatever. It doesn't matter. You guys said that they don't carry over. And that makes sense to me. I'm not killing him. I don't need to waste my time doing this. Oh, you're saying kill him for this run specifically. I just bought 100 blood roses. I definitely don't need to worry about that. Okay. So now we find ourselves in a spot where I need to go get this Somber 10 and the Blood Grease book. And then, yeah, we're ready to take out Moog. How close was the timer when you were browning? Well, honestly, not super close. I started tearing bosses new assholes. I did so many fetch quests and fucked up so many bosses before timer ran out. You really can't see the color. That's because it's not dyed. I didn't lose. But even if I did lose, you still probably wouldn't be seeing it. What was that at the end? That was me giving you guys a consolation prize. Because about halfway through, I realized One, I had been given a devious amount of fetch quests that was not at all reasonably within the 6-hour time. And two, dyeing my hair brown wasn't exactly a punishment. So, changed it to 7 hours to shave my beard off. There's our cookbook. Love to see it. And I did not lose. I think I need to go to War Master Shack. Okay, and we're going to switch this to Lord of Bloods, and we're going to switch this to White Mask, and then Poisoned Hand is not accomplishing a purpose. And then this is the root resin. Root resin farm right here. Which is why it's not a very big deal to get the root resin bell bearing. However, if I don't have to do this, that's cool too. Okay, so just like that, I now have access to 12 blood grease. And we have successfully found our way into what I'm pretty sure is the strongest build idea for this weapon. So, let's go see how it does on Moog. Should be pretty strong against Moog. Alright, let's take a look. Buff. I actually kind of want him to get on flat ground, because killing this boss is easier on flat ground. Five hits for a bleed. That's bad timing. Can I do this? I tried. Not actually as amazing as I would have expected, but, I mean, certainly better than what Poison would be doing here. Because I'm getting these bleed chunks that I just otherwise wouldn't be getting. I mean, it's important to remember, I suppose, that it's a halberd. Ow. Oopsie. Misrolled. Important to remember that it's a halberd, and still not going to do crazy damage. Measy Solos, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. That's fucking annoying. I'm trying to greed because I know Unis is coming. Bleed grease is gone. Let's get it put back on. You know, the multi-hit is not going crazy here. Dude, can you stop? Oh my goodness. Okay.
As clear as day. The coming of our dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, let's try to level 2 decks and then maybe we get out of, I don't know. I mean, we could go for like hybrid bleed and poison, but that sounds like a lot of micromanaging. Sounds like a ton of micromanaging. But yeah, this might be an improvement. Okay. Let's go get Greasemonger's Bell Bearing right quick. This is a super tiny detour in the grand scheme of the run. Okay, I know how to get that. Power stands to bleed and poison. All right. That's actually a little bit of an idea. However, power stance status buildup is not as good as you might expect, but worth a thought for sure. Mizzy Solos, thank you for the 5 gifted. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Definitely worth a thought. This is going to require some amount of Bible consultation. Well, it would almost certainly be jump L1s if that's what we were doing. I promise you we're not going to be... Almost every power stance moveset in this game is very dog shit except for the jump L1s. Whoopsie. All the paired L1 moves have 65 plus 65 status MV, including jumps. What about weapon buff MV? I'm assuming status buff MV is the one that gets... Hello? Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna assume I land. I landed. I must have landed somewhere, I guess. Okay. No, Spinning Strikes isn't... It doesn't have great looking motion values. Oh, are you talking about Wild Strikes? I thought you were referring to this default Ash, Spinning Slash. But yes, I can't change the Ash of War. Oh, it's telling... So now YouTube chat tells me how many jewels the little, like, sticker things are worth now. That's cool. That's an improvement, because I had no idea what any of those stickers meant before now. I remember when you last used this weapon, you power stance it and came to the conclusion that these are atrocious. Might have been the arcane only run. Sounds like something I probably would have done. To be fair to myself, I wasn't able to get 99 arcane on that, so could be a different circumstance here. Was the sleep run, if you remember correctly? Well, if it was the sleep run, that wouldn't have been... That's not, like, the max synergy option that I would think with this. Oh, I already got that emote. Huh. That stays. Weird. Paired jump L1 weapon buff motion value on halberds is 90 plus 90. Alright. Is there any fucking turbo dork in the stream that actually knows if a status grease is going to pull from the weapon buff motion value or the status motion value? Because the status grease is both. Or does it use both and therefore I would get a 0.9 multiplier followed by a 0.65 multiplier, so it's really bad? Just finished testing Clayman's harpoon with Ice Spear, and it does the exact same damage as every other polearm. Clayman's harpoon's a spear, isn't it? What's a polearm? Is that a halberd? Is that what halberds are described as? No, halberds are... Is polearm? What the fuck is a polearm? Is that a combination of spears and halberds? What does that mean? Alright, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's how I would expect that to work. If you believe Bible info, folder status is for built-in. I also don't... you just said words, and I have no idea what any of that means. Not a fucking clue. Okay, I need these. Beautiful. Alright, that is the Greasemonger's Bell Bearing. Side quest accomplished. However, so here's how most Ash of War's damage calculate, okay? Very importantly, they look at the attunement that you have on the weapon, and if it's one that's synergistic, they're happy, and they do a bunch of extra damage, and if it's not synergistic, they're unhappy, and it'll do a lot less damage. So if you take Ice Spear and you put a Sacred Attunement on it, Ice Spear will do a ton less damage. Simply because of the Sacred Attunement. Not because of scaling, not because of any math, just literally the presence of an anti-synergistic attunement. But if it has a Cold Attunement, it'll be doing its full damage potential. Then, beyond that, they pay attention to weapon upgrade level. That also matters for pretty much all of them. Then, beyond that, this matters for less Ashes of War, but still quite a few of them. It's usually the Ashes of War that actually hit with the weapon where this matters, and not the Ashes of War where you don't use the weapon to hit things. So, like, Ice Spear, the weapon AR probably doesn't matter. Almost certainly doesn't matter because you're not actually hitting them with the weapon. And it's the hitbox of the weapon that would cause the damage to go up. But I suppose on Ice Spear, when you do the fucking spinny thing, you hit them with the weapon. So for that portion of the attack, the weapon AR probably does matter. But for the most part, on like ranged Ashes of War, it's weapon level and whether or not you have the correct attunement on. I'm sorry for my bad English. I meant that motion value table has a separate list called info, and it describes status MV as a value applying only to built into the weapon statuses. Oh, that's interesting. Info. Motion values that affect the buildup of status applied by an attack. Motion values that affect the attack power of weapon buffs applied to a weapon. This is entirely separate from the data on the motion value page. Okay, well, I don't see what you're talking about. But I don't know. My question still feels unanswered. Maybe it uses weapon buff motion value. Maybe it uses status motion value. Not sure. But if it uses weapon buff motion value, jump L1 90-90, that's pretty solid. If it uses status motion value 65-65, not as solid. This is one of those bosses that is immune to the statuses that we would want to hit him with, so this is not going to be the Ripple Crescent Halberd's best showing, I tell you what. Damn. Ow. Alright, I'm sick of all this trying to fucking heal bullshit. I'll just kill the boss. Whoops. All right. For Ash of Wars like carry and sovereignty that don't hit with the weapon itself, does putting it on a larger weapon make a difference, or what about the crit multiplier? I feel like this is a layup question that you're giving me here. Because if you don't actually know the answer to this and you're just unironically asking, it's like shockingly astute. Crit multiplier, I've not personally tested it, but I've heard that it's relevant to weak spot damage. So it makes putting an Ash of War like carry and sovereignty, or for that matter, like any Ash of War that won't scale off of AR, it makes it most valuable to put it on something like Misericord, because it'll make you do more damage when you hit weak spots compared to weapons that have a lower crit multiplier. Okay. I thought I made more blood grease than that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Let's do Morgott. But then after Morgott, I am somewhat tempted to try out this jump L1 double halberd idea. Although, yeah, I can do that. Left hand grease. Yeah, I can do that. Need 12 strength as well. Like Sacred Blade for Deathrite since their head is weak. Well, yeah, but that would only be beneficial on the projectile of Sacred Blade and not the weapon hit of Sacred Blade, and then not any of the hits that come after. But like, yeah, you're kind of getting the idea. But with Sacred Blade, you're normally applying a weapon buff and then using the weapon, you know? So you would want a weapon that has a high AR because you're still using the weapon. Yeah, Bleed Grease does a lot less innate buildup than Poison Grease. But even still, the status is a ton more valuable than Poison is. Goodbye, big dog. I think Earthsteel Dagger has a very high weapon buff motion value, or is it simply because it scales with Faith the same way Blood Fiend's Arm does? Alright, hold on. Okay, listen. Gentlemen, I appreciate all the nerd talk. However, if we're gonna have nerd talk, we should probably focus it on the weapon that we're doing. But I will still answer your question. Erdtree Dagger and any dagger that has that double slash R2, that has a weapon buff motion value of 100 plus 100, meaning that it does full weapon buff motion value, or full, like, R1 damage motion value. So, like, if you do an R1 and you have, like, a Holy Grease on it, you do your regular damage plus, let's say, 100 damage from the Holy Grease, okay? If you do an R2, the first hit does regular damage plus 100 from the Holy Grease, and the second hit does 100 damage plus the damage from the Holy Grease. That's why weapon buffs are so good on Urge Steel Dagger. It's because the R2 has 100 plus 100 weapon buff motion value on that weapon, on that moveset.
Allow me, you are unable to prevent the thorn, a husk, the only way and become my purpose. So I'd like to the flame and guide.
Okay, so it's time to go Fire Giant. I need 2 strength because I want to be dual wielding these. I don't have it. Okay. I mean, Fire Giant is a boss that I would like to try that idea on. Can I pop enough runes to make it happen? I mean, I could pop some Membies to make it happen. Because I need over 200,000 more runes to get my 1 level. I kind of want to hold on to the Membies because I feel like it'd be funny to have a ton of them. What's the max stack of Membies? 699. I feel like it'd be funny to have 699 Membies. Fire Giant, though, won't activate exaltations. Great point! Great point. I always forget about that. Alright. Never mind. We're just gonna kill Fire Giant. Because status damage buffs on Fire Giant are bad. The status proc occurs too far away for your character to actually realize that it poisoned or bled the Fire Giant. For my test, Grease status effect buildup doesn't seem to use weapon buff motion values. So it uses status motion value? Okay, what's the methodology here? Tell me what you did and why you think what you think. I'm not using staves and seals. Because if I was to use them as weapons, that would mean bonking enemies with the fucking sticks and bare fists. Which I could do. But also, I tried to figure out if it was reasonable by seeing if I could reasonably do Meteorite Staff on New Game Plus 7 against Godskin Duo. And you know, maybe if I spent fucking 15 hours on the fight, I could make it happen. But I chose that I didn't want to do that. I see the crouch halberd poke attacks are the go-to for this run. Crouch halberd poke attacks. I think you're thinking of a different weapon. If I was to do it, I feel like I would probably want to be doing it New Game 0. Probably. At least New Game 0 for Meteorite Staff. Because you can't upgrade that fucker anyway. I use Swift Spear, which has 100 weapon buff and 60 status buff for each hit on the R1 chain. Tested against the Stormveil Troll, and it took more hits to bleed than it should if it was using the 100 motion value from the weapon buff. How do you know how many it should take? Nope, not doing spells. Talked about it many times. Not a new idea. Don't want to talk about it more. It's not doing it. Get that question asked fucking 30 times every time I stream this challenge. Don't want to do it. Not doing it. Sorry. Trying to not crash out. It's reasonable that you ask the question. I just don't like fucking answering the same question hundreds of times, you know? You know, it could be eventually maybe reasonable to, I don't know, depending on how far I want to take this. I can do every spell. I like the idea of doing every spell on the same character. I could eventually do all staves and seals, probably on a different character under like a more refined, specific order so that I don't end up getting turbo cucked on a meteorite staff. Because that truly is quite challenge run-esque. Could do probably all craftables. Some of them are probably not going to be the most viable thing in the world, and so it might require infinite consumables. Can do all Ashes of War. What am I doing over here? I don't need to go over there. Doing it by spell type might be a good call. Okay. Because they're samey. Gentlemen, I'm gonna use fucking 10 straight swords that are all the same fucking weapon in this run. And I'm gonna use 5 katanas that are all the same fucking weapon. Okay, katanas aren't a good example. But... yeah, dude! What are we talking about here? Fucking curved swords, colossal hammers, colossal like... most weapon classes have, like... 2 distinct archetypes to spread across, like, 20 weapons. You know? And the differences between them are all very minor. I do have a high-level character save, maybe close to level 400. See later when you can level up 3 damage stats to 80. Poison and bleed affinity will, I think, give you the highest AR. I can't possibly imagine that's true. I mean, I've never had much of a reason to look at character levels that high, but it's gonna be like quality or occult or these split scalings. Like what even is the rationale here? I don't have anything to use as an example. I just can't imagine that's the case. Don't see you making it to 400 this new game. Oh, definitely not. But going forward is what he said. No, occult is not best in slot for much of anything other than things with very high innate strength scaling. Quality should be best for almost everything at that high of a level, unless I'm, like, doing something specific with poison or bleed. Alright, so, like chat said earlier, there's no point in... I believe I just got a bleed right there. There's no point in really optimizing for White Mask and Exaltations here because the bleed happens in the center of Fire Giant's chest, which is too far away from my character for the character to realize that he actually did do a bleed and should get the damage buff. However, in Phase 2, I might get it. We'll see. 80 strength, 80 dex, 80 arc. Better because you're getting scaling off of all three. Do you get scaling off of all three? Like, bleed doesn't add physical... Bleed and poison attunements don't add strength or dex scaling, right? Maybe they do. I'm not sure. But this might be like a one specific weapon kind of situation where it already has decently high strength and dex scalings, and adding the arcane makes it feel good. But maybe, I don't know. We'll find out, obviously. I've done a single crossbow so far. I think I made a command. Exclamation point all weapons. I believe that's the spreadsheet of what we've done on this run so far. Alright. Build doesn't work great on Fire Giant, but that's not the most surprising thing. Okay, we need one more strength, and then I don't know. Do I want to try jump L1s on duo? I don't know, dude. I want to try it at some point, but I don't know if this is the moment.
This world and death are you to commit? Very let my hand.
And I suppose if I'm doing dual wielding, I'm not actually getting the benefit of Poisoned Hand. The only thing that I'm adding to the build is... I guess, like, I could set it up to, like, two-hand, left hand, poison, poisoned hand, right hand. Get the poison proc, switch to the halberd, apply bleed grease, then do jump L1s, but... I mean, the benefit of going jump L1s is that it's realistically a pretty decent attack. And then I get to go double exaltation, claw talisman, and probably ritual sword, and then I'm completely out of multi-hit, which I do think is a good idea, because I don't think multi-hit synergizes super well with this. However, then it's like a question of what the fuck am I doing with the physic? Because physic doesn't have much of anything for me here. It's still gonna be multi-hit, so I guess I'm not completely out of it. I don't know. It's an idea. It's an idea that I want to try, but it's not... It's probably not going to be the best available idea. We will do more stance damage, which is nice. So we could do multi-hit Stone Barb. guys love blood-sucking crack tier. That is not a good tier. I don't think I'm going to use sleep grease. Might as well just fight him. Grab the defense tiers to make Ritual Sword easier to keep online. That doesn't really work that way. Defense tiers and Ritual Shield have, or Ritual Sword have, like, anti-synergy. Like, if you take 1 damage, you have to heal with Ritual Sword. If you take 800 damage, you have to heal with Ritual Sword. There's not much of a point in making sure that your 800 damage does 600 damage, because you have to heal anyway. Okay, I think we stick with this build for this fight. Okay, got another bleed, which gives us the buff, which is nice. Okay, got another bleed, which again gives us the buff. I didn't think I was going to be in range. Okay, dude. You stop. Oh my god. What the fuck? Very good. Would matter if one flies didn't get you back up to full. Sure would. Sure would. I knew somebody was going to be fucking really fucking particular and specific about it. But if an item makes some situations, if an item has anti-synergy in some situations and not anti-synergistic. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm fucking crashing out and it's twisted my words up, man. If an item has anti-synergy in some situations, it still has anti-synergy, you know? Like, if the goal is for defense talismans to make it so that you spend less flasks because you take less damage, But you have to spend flasks to make your ritual shield active. Anyway, it has anti-synergy. It's not accomplishing its goal because you have two conflicting goals within your build. Sometimes those goals won't conflict. But, like, it doesn't matter. There's no point in saying it. Jesus Christ. Bryce? You must have been fucking watching when I crashed out about this. Or okay, maybe not. Bryce, you're pissing me off. Not for any fault of your own, but you're just pissing me off because you're saying the same fucking thing that everyone keeps fucking saying, dude. Just joined and you're crashing out. This is the way. All right. Okay. It's at this point that I want to go get a second halberd. Is this the farm spot right here? I believe this is. Yep, sure is. No way. Oh, dude, imagine. Would have been crazy. Can't wait until he turns on member-only chat for Raffle for his mental. Shit, I probably should. Listen, no shade. Genuinely, I'm not saying this to insult you YouTube viewers. I'm not saying it. It's just a reality of the situation that you guys are bad live stream chatters. You know, YouTube viewers watch live streams a whole lot less etiquette. Not saying that Twitch exactly is a fucking peaches and roses, you know, but there's certainly more peaches and roses over on Twitch chat. Because, like, if you're on Twitch, you're probably watching a lot of live streams anyway, and you got a better understanding of, like, how to behave. There's certainly less of that on YouTube. Honestly, not a bad idea. I resent these comments. Do I want to buy your TwitchCon ticket? Yeah, Jim? Make 15 shorts for me and I'll buy your TwitchCon ticket. How's that sound? Can I sleep in the closet of where you guys are staying for the price of 5 shorts? Yeah, that's what you want to do? Gentlemen, due to this second halberd farm, this very well might take over 3 hours. Prediction might pay out to the, I don't know, non-believers? Is that going to be the non-believers, I guess? Oh, come on. How long did the first halberd farm take? Well, I had to do it with a fucking crossbow. So that extended the duration, but it was probably like 10 to 15 minutes. So many fucking blood clots. Are we will doing the brown run? I still have some brown creations in my bathroom. Scumnut the shit sculptor. Bob the Builder's lesser known cousin. Oh yeah, I should have the Silver Scarab on. I completely forgot to put that on. Good point. We're sitting at 324 discovery. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm using Silverhorn Tenders, G-King. That's why I'm not porting back. It's why I'm running back. Whoops. No, we haven't rolled the next weapon yet. We don't roll the next weapon until we beat Elden Beast. Get off the horse. Get off your fucking horse. Please? Nice. All right. Ripple Crescent Halberd number 2. Okay, like I said, I don't actually think this is going to be the most viable of strats. But I will still try it. Okay, so, power stancing is going to change up what we're going for a little bit here. Armor's going to go to Raptor's Black Feathers. We can wear White Mask or Mushroom Crown. We're going to do Mushroom Crown because it's a better piece of armor. We're going to equip both Bleed and Poison Grease. Going to switch this off. It was previously on two-hand talisman, but it's not going to be two-hand talisman anymore. It's going to be claw talisman. And then we're going to switch out of all multi-hit talismans into double exaltation, ritual sword, claw talisman. Jump attack buff on chest, status buff on head. However, white mask is probably a better idea because you refresh it. Poison buff doesn't get refreshed like that. All right, I changed my mind. Physic, we're going to do multi-hit and then stone barb because we're actually going to be doing a decent amount of stance with jump L1s here. Okay. So, the plan is going to be put poison grease on one, put bleed grease on the other. Then jump L1 to get the benefit of both exaltations. And then, you know, see where it goes from there. Okay. Poison left hand. Bleed right hand. Oh boy. Yeah, the build-up seems to be going pretty slow. Build-up's going very slow. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. No. No. I don't like it. I don't like it, man. I don't. It's not good. You know, did try it. Okay, I do have one other build idea. Okay? I do have one other build idea, and we're going to take a look at the Bible right quick. Ash of War attack data. This time we're not looking for status buildup. We're looking for... this. Special effect ID 0. This is how much multi-hit gets built. And I'll be honest with you, I don't actually know what these numbers mean. However, spinning slash builds multi-hit. So... perhaps worth a try. Okay, this is going to get switched back to Letta's armor. Okay, we're going to... so let's build it out. We're going to go Lord of Blood's Exaltation. We're going to go Shard of Alexander. And then we're going to go multi-hit. And then two-handed sword talisman doesn't apply to Ashes of War, so we go double multi-hit here. All right, and then we're staring down the barrel of an Ash of War multi-hit build. And this is more synergistic with our physic than... this is more synergistic with our physic than the R1 build is. So, I don't know. There's maybe... I should have at least one blue flask. There's maybe some merit to this. We'll see. Alright, gents. Am I going to be participating in any league soon? Kind of miss the DRL runs. I'm doing Major League Balatro. It's not Elden Ring, but I'm doing Major League Balatro. That starts soon. No. Maybe I shouldn't buffer the sprint. Maybe I should just do it like that. I mean, that seems easier. Because buffering the sprint still doesn't seem like I have enough runway. Had all my friends apply for Duskblood's test to increase my odds of getting a code. Well, if you happen to get a couple unused accounts, and I need them, you know? Good looking out. If I get a code and you don't, I guess you can have it for the price of a TwitchCon ticket or a closet floor to sleep on. Jam's extorting me, dude. He's not asking, by the way. He's commanding. It's true. It's true. You don't have a choice.
I knew you'd come to stand
Give me your Duskbloods invite.
to become Elden. What a sad state of affairs.
Okay, hold on. I gotta beat Gideon's ass. L2!
To eternity.
It's not a lot of damage. Ow. Yeah, dude, honestly, like, I kind of expected the spinning slash to look a little better than that. I'm not going to lie. But that's all right. That's all right, man. That's not the play. And that's okay. Let's go back to two-hand sword talisman. And ritual sword. The idea that we were on the first time, I think, is the best idea. But I'm happy I tried the other stuff out. Okay. Believe it or not, that's not even a level. Stone Barb is a fine second slot. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I think we landed on how to build this weapon. I'm happy. Dude, I don't know. Maybe it is poison instead of bleed. Because the poison goes so much faster. Because I think they made bleed grease have like really low innate buildup. And poison grease is a lot higher, I think. There goes my bleed. A little late.
Tarnished. Thy strength befits thee.
But yeah, absolutely for Elden Beasts. Bro's immune to bleed, so we're, believe it or not, we're doing poison. I need root resin. I've always been under the assumption that grease is just bad. It is. This is one of very few weapons that you can actually use grease and not be trolling. Elden Beast is immune to everything, but that's not going to stop me from getting value off of Radagon. Gracie, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Funny how after 7 playthroughs you still don't have the Mount Gelmir map. Haven't needed to go up there. Five hit poison on Radagon is kind of crazy. He's got resists, especially on New Game +6. Stop that. Alright. So we can get out of this and go back into like multi-hit, I guess. Because we're not going to be getting a poison on Big Man here. I thought I might try. Might try to stagger him out of Elden Stars. Would definitely be fun to see more Convergence streams and vids. Yeah, the Convergence video is doing really quite well. Doing better than I would have thought. I'll probably rip another Convergence run. This is going better than a heavy crossbow, that's for sure. It's also nothing crazy, though. This is... the whole build idea is very, very dependent on status greases. And... yeah. We don't have those. Okay, gentlemen, good job. Good job, good job. Okay, let's roll credits and talk about this weapon a little bit, dude. Okay, 21:03:04. That's our final time. Okay, Ripple Crescent Halberd. Deaths 7. 21:03:04. All right, it was under 3 hours by quite a bit. Quite a bit. Okay, let's go find it. Ripple Crescent Halberd. Where are you? No, that's not it. Where's this weird little guy? Where's the weird little guy sitting? Where's the weird little guy? I don't see him. Chat, help me find him. There, I see. All right, thank you. Thank you, chat. Helpful as always. Two right from ringed finger. All right, you can give me like a column. Give me a column and that'll help. Beneath putrescence cleaver. There it is. All right. Gentlemen, Ripple Crescent Halberd. It's a weird little guy. It's a halberd. Halberds don't have the greatest moveset. Let me get out of this. Let me get out of this. Okay, we're not doing this right now. What rune level are we? We are 251. Rune level 251. All right. He's a weird little guy. Halberd moveset isn't great. R1 chain is like serviceable, and that's the best moves that it has available to itself, you know? It's got this unique little thing going on where like the damage is decent when you build for arcane. Like it's not like it does turbo shit damage. It does have the downside of not being able to put attunements on it, but also you have S scaling in arcane anyway, so that like you don't really suffer damage for that, but you do suffer like versatility, you know? You're not able to run different attunements that you might want for different bosses. And it's got this unique little thing going on with these greases that, for the most part, realistically just replace the value that you would get out of something better, like a chilling mist or a poison mist or a seppuku, depending on what you're going for, you know? Because greases are just like baseline really shit, and this weapon makes greases quite a bit better, so it kind of just like brings greases like back in line so that you actually have a weapon buff for this weapon. So like calling this weapon's upside an upside is a little ambitious, I think. On top of that, it's a kind of shit halberd. Or it's a halberd, and halberds are kind of shit, is what I should be saying. I mean, shit, dude. I think it's below average. I'm between low C and high D here. But for the moment, I'm gonna say D tier. Like, it's not bad, but like, I absolutely would want these weapons above Ripple Crescent Halberd, no doubt in my mind, you know? Later on, this could move up to C, for sure. For sure. We'll have to see how the rest of the list fills out. But it's not amazing. This weapon ain't amazing, you know? All right. With that said, we've got our next thing to do. Our next weapon to roll. Ripple Crescent Halberd is out of the wheel now. And we can figure out what we're going for next. After I put D in the tier list. All right, gentlemen. All right, gentlemen. Let's see what we get. It's going to be a shield, I think. Gilded Greatshield. All right. All right. Gilded Greatshield. Okay. Where's this from? I think I have to farm this. Yeah. Gatefront Ruins. All right. Gilded Greatshield. Here we come, gentlemen. Here we come. Let's go farm it up. We gotta finish this run out by it's this guy that has it. Gotta finish this run out by getting Run 8's weapon. Wow. Partisan first drop's kind of crazy. Check if I already have it. That's a good point. I shouldn't, but that's a good point. I do not. Don't gotta farm the partisan whenever that rolls, though. I tell you what. No way. Wow. Fucking 99 arcane, I guess, dude. Holy. Let's go put Silver Scarab on. Okay. Gilded Greatshield, gentlemen. Got 2 of 4 pieces of armor. Shirley already asked, but are you planning on farming the super low drop rate weapons? Yeah, of course. Every weapon in Elden Ring is a super low drop rate weapon. 0.5% versus fucking 2%. It's all bad. You know. Let me pop the foot. Some are so low drop rate you only get one under very specific circumstances. Give me an example here. Are you just talking out of your ass or All right, that's the helmet. Only missing the boots. Mostly just talking out my ass. All right. You know, I appreciate the candor. You know? You could have just doubled down. Realistically, for the weapons that I have to farm, it's just going to be like probably a 10-minute adventure on average, you know? Don't really understand the differences between shields in this game. There are some special ones, but other than that, they feel like a reskin. You could put literally any weapon class in that sentence, and it would make sense. Another partisan. Yeah, Shield Crash is probably a fucking Ice Spear square off situation where I would have no reason to do anything other than Shield Crash on every single Great Shield. So I probably won't use it. I might go grab it so that I have access to attunements, but I probably won't use it. Oh boy. Come on, Gilded Greatshield. You know you want to show up. Dude, the inventory management of this run is going to get pretty obscene. Probably sooner rather than later. I don't have more feet. I should maybe go get more feet. I don't know. I forget where the spot was to get the silver things. The silver fireflies. I know where to get the feet. I don't know where to get the silver fireflies. I forgot. Bofa Cave. That's right. Oh boy. All right. Yep, this is proving hard to get, so we're going to do a farm for our farm. I'm trying to think about what I should do with dupe items. I should probably just delete dupe items. Alright, no, I deserve that. Fingerprint Greatshield Madness scales with Arcane if you use Blood Attunement. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, that works exactly how it should. Just like any other, well, not any other status effect, but just like the status effects that scale with Arcane, which are Bleed, Poison, Madness, Sleep. If you have a weapon that scales with Arcane, it makes the status do more damage, the more your Arcane levels. So when you do a Bleed attunement, you make it scale with Arcane, which makes the Madness scale. I thought I didn't land again. Occult removes the madness, if I remember correctly. Does it? Really? Interesting. All right. Foot. 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 Okay. Let me make a foot to farm the feet. Know what I'm saying, chat? Alright, I obviously don't want to, Memory of Grace. So maybe I should kill this boss so I can pour it out. But realistically, I'm not going to be able to pour it anyway. Jesus. So maybe I should just run. Alright, gentlemen. You'll have to forgive me. You'll have to forgive me for the farming that's about to happen here. But listen, this is just real legit fucking get everything farming. If I want to use every weapon in the game, I gotta farm them all up. Yeah, it's gonna be same character for every weapon. This is probably going to be the single most thorough playthrough of Elden Ring ever. It's time for this, but not time to send David an intro. It's true. Who has time to send David an intro? Know what I'm saying? Not me. Sorry, give me a second, chat. All right. Okay. Was summoned the second I heard intro, as you should be. This is currently New Game plus 6. We're about ready to go New Game plus 7. So Gilded Greatshield is going to be our very first weapon that's going to get played on max scaling. And that'll be the scaling that we play on for the rest of the weapons. Alright. I think that's like 25 fireflies. That's a lot of fireflies. That's good for now. Now we need to get a fuck ton of feet. And is the New Game 7 one-shot melee run. Good idea. That's some great clickbait. Okay. We'll get the shield first try after all this. Well, if we do, that's fine by me. More arcane. Okay. I just figured this was a nice time. This was a pretty convenient time for me to be going for farming up these feet because I already naturally have 99 arcane on this run. And I'm assuming this is probably going to get us through a large chunk of the runs between now and when I'll reasonably just have max arcane by default anyway. You know? Does this work with 99 arcane? Good question. I don't actually know. Discovery 324. I'll take it off and we'll see. What am I doing? Discovery 324. All right, it doesn't. Alright, I still got the discovery buff on. This is gameplay right here, gentlemen. God bless Michael Zaki for making this the way that it is. What about right before PK? Those guys drop feet. I don't know how many foot droppers are over there. What are we looking at? We're at 14. No idea, I just kill them for fun. Alright. World of Warcraft. Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Questing as gameplay. True. Rin the Halfling, thank you for the Prime. Gonna get it eventually. Cheating would be okay, IMO. You think that, Magic Man? I'm going to have a perfectly legit playthrough. Playing Michael Zaki's game the way he intended. Never mind the intros. Where the fuck's the brown run, big dog? David loves nothing more than the big brown run, gentlemen. Heard it here first. David's got the brown runs. Shit. What are we looking at here? Alright, I want one more. Stock sells 3 feet. You can resupply every run that includes Godric. That's a good pull. That's a good pull right there. Good pull. All right. Bunch of feet. Ain't nothing I love more than feet, gentlemen. Know what I'm saying? All right. Yeah. Glad I said that. Okay, all of that is to have access to plenty of temporary item discovery to kill this guy with and get his great shield. How do I send recordings to David? Isn't that hundreds of gigs? Yeah. Yeah, poor guy gets fucked. Google Drive is what I use. But yeah. Yeah, you just ask David how much hard drive space has to get dedicated to me. What weapon do you think you will blitz a run with and get sub 2 hours or 2:30? I mean, that's mostly going to depend on... Like, they should generally get faster over time. And if I don't need to farm for the weapon, it's going to take less time. If I don't, like, need to pick up the weapon because I already got it, like the Partisan, for example, if I don't need to respec. You know? Holy! All right, gentlemen, we got it. We got the Gilded Greatshield, gentlemen. Okay. Here we go. All right, before we make a decision here, we need... Elden Ring AR calculator. Gilded Greatshield. We need to see what heavy, keen, quality... I mean, I guess occult is also a consideration here. All right, hold on. Let me do this. This isn't exactly what our stats are, but let's just get an idea here. Okay, so this shows every attunement with max stats. And then this is our AR. Split damage AR is going to skew higher because you have to go through multiple flat damage. You have to go through physical flat damage and fire flat damage negation. But Flame Art and Sacred are highest AR, apparently. For individual AR, it's gonna be Quality, followed by Occult. Yeah, okay. So, realistically, we build for Quality here. Quality has equal scaling on both, but we get two-hand bonus. Oh, I wasn't even accounting for two-hand bonus. All right, when two-hand bonus gets accounted for, Quality shoots up to... All right, yeah, I mean, Quality is just the fucking play here, man. Okay. So, we're going for a Quality build here, gentlemen. Thank you, thank you. Vitterzau, thank you for the £5. Thank you for going mentally insane with this challenge for entertainment. It's cool to see. I ain't going insane. I'm having a good time.
Now, this sweeting.
Okay. All right. Let's go 60. We're going to need a good amount of endurance here. Like I said, I'm not really going to go mind because I don't want... I'm thinking 54. I'm not really going to go mind because I don't want to be crutching on... oh boy. I don't want to be crutching on... What am I trying to fucking say here? Can I figure this out? Shield crash? That much? Okay. Okay, I'm at 99.99. Endurance is pretty fine. I mean, maybe I bump this up to like here just to ensure that I'm very good. Okay. All right. Now we've got Gilded Greatshield. Okay. Let's go level it up. Let's go level it up, and we're about ready to go. New game +7. Use the armor you farmed, Mr. Streamer, please. Well, we're gonna go functionality first, like I always do. Okay, new game +7, here we come. Gonna go functionality first, but if there's, I should level right here. All right, Journey 8, new game +7. First max scaling run of the run. Let's do it. Okay, and while we're doing it, let's think about how we want to build this thing. So, it's a great shield. Great shields, as you might imagine, are mostly used for shielding. I know. Controversial. But we're using it for attacking here. I'm willing to bet this is probably going to end up being charged attack build. Wait, Grandpa the Gamba? Oh yeah, I do have to... Let me pay out the Gamba. Give me a second. Where's it at? / prediction. All right, choose outcome. It was under. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right. If you guys want another Gamba, you'll have to ask Jam. Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta change this. Sorry. 8. Gilded Greatshield. Whoops. Maybe I should center align this. Yeah, why not? Is that centered? Not quite. That's better. Okay. Oh, I need to change titles too. Hold on. Eight. Gilded Greatshield. Okay. It'll run you guys one TwitchCon ticket or a closet floor to sleep on. All right, very nice. Excellent. Okay, gentlemen, continuing. We're using Gilded Greatshield as a weapon. When using a Greatshield as a weapon, they're more or less like kind of shitty, really big weapons. Kind of shitty colossal hammers, great sword, shit like that, right? So this should be a charge attack build. Will make use out of two-handed sword talisman. Believe it or not, we won't really make use out of Great Shield talisman because I'm not going to be blocking. Great Shield talisman was probably a Visage Shield exclusive. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think we're ever going to see it make a comeback here. Multi-hit is not really going to do a ton here because this thing hits slow as shit. Dark Rapier, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you.
Have they, sir? But you, I can play turning to aid you. You need own to the foot. Then it summon me. Torrent. Treat him with.
Would be cool if Great Shields had the quick attack crouch tech too. I mean, like, every weapon kinda does. But it's not like every weapon kind of does. Like, it's also an idea for sure. The crouch attack spam. Shield crash, multi-hit, Alex Shard. Yeah, I'm not going to use shield crash. Yeah, I'm just not going to use shield crash because it's a... That would be the only thing that I'd be using. And it would be the Ash of War, not the weapon. Could slap the Ash of War on any Great Shield and it would do the same thing. You know? I feel like that's the litmus test. Like, I can use the Ash of War if it's doing something on this weapon that it doesn't do otherwise, you know? If I could use this Great Shield or any other Great Shield, slap Shield Crash on it, and it does the same fucking thing, then I'm not going to use Shield Crash. Oh yeah, guard counters. Guard counters are a thing that I haven't really messed with. But for the moment, we're speccing into charge attacks, okay? Speccing into charge attacks and probably going resist, I guess. But guard counters are absolutely an idea. Now, as far as armor goes, I suppose this is when I bust out the cosplay, huh? Because you guys wanted it. Never got Godric Knight, never got Godric Knight feet. But yeah, this is what the... Oh, need to switch to charge attack and stone barb. That'll be a nice combo. Yeah, and I do need to switch to quality, but I don't have an Ash of War for this thing yet. I could go get no skill, I guess. Yeah, let me do that right quick. But guard counters is absolutely something to look at. Absolutely an idea for this weapon. Do we think this is a full run or a half run tonight? Should be a full run.
Names, but let me ask, are you here? Does your despite takes me any interest? All I know, now's the time. Not floating well.
Shut up, shut up, shut up. Bro's calling me fucking poor. He's telling me to get my money up. Alright. Let's put that on. Maybe I should just buy all these right now.
Well,
He's telling me to get my fucking money up again. This guy's a dickhead. Yeah, just gonna buy them just so I have them. How's guard counter different than the Ash of War thing? Do you know what guard counters are? What do you mean? How? Okay, this is a fucking rage bait and a half, dude. Nope, not doing it. We're not doing it unless you tell me that you don't know what guard counters are. Then I will explain them. All right. Okay, charge attack. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, it's certainly slow, I tell you what. Yeah, I mean, it's really quite slow. But it does damage. Ow, ow. Yeah, it is quite slow though. That is an issue. Dude, can you stop fucking doing whatever it is that you're doing, you dickhead? Okay. Not incredible.
smoldering with thy meager flame, cower in fear of the night. The hands of the
Press L1. But what's the point? Why would I do that?
It's tightly got.
Goshtalk, you better shut the fuck up and open these goddamn gates. Thank you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Shield crash and fucking unsheath and square off. Wow, there's gonna be a lot. Chat, I require assistance. I don't know how to fix this problem. But there's evidently gonna be like probably literally well over 100 questions this run asking why I'm not using shield crash. I've already answered it twice. I need help here. Just use them. Oh, thank you. No, brilliant. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't realize you were the one doing this challenge. Ignore it. Well, listen. I understand why they're asking. I just can't answer the same question that many times. God. Sometimes you guys are just fucking dickbags. Listen, gentlemen, I'm just asking for a little bit of help here. People are gonna come in, and they're gonna have questions, and if I have to answer it fucking 50 times by myself, I'm gonna go crazy. You know? I'm just asking for a little bit of help here. That's all I'm asking for. Hey pal, can you answer it one more time for me so I can make a command? Sure. I won't be using Ashes of War. That, how'd I phrase this? Hold on. Jam, you're listening, and I feel like you're judging me. Hold on. I won't be using Ashes of War where it entirely, like, gets rid of the weapon's identity. You know? So, like, in this case, I could use Shield Crash with any Great Shield to the same effect, for the same results. And so it becomes less of a run about the Great Shield and more of a run about Shield Crash, and that's not the goal. The goal is to show off the weapon, not the Ash of War. All right. Let's go kill Godric. How the fuck can that be a command? Well, you could say, I won't be using Ashes of War that overshadow the weapon. I mean, you could just write what I fucking said. Okay, sorry. Jam, I'm being a sassy little bitch. It's not directed at you. It's directed at that chatter. I apologize. Alright, that's a stagger. Yeah, honestly, I'm curious about a guard counter build. Because, like, this isn't great. Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoops. Whoop.
Of all that is golden, and one day we'll return together.
Dear God, why didn't I think of that? Wow, I'm so dumb. Right. Alright, chat. Upon watching Jam do that, I understand why some of you think it's funny to watch me. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Dick Bernacle, thank you for the $5 super chat. Devious backseating. Because that's not the point. I appreciate it, though. Appreciate the super chat. Because listen, chat, sometimes, like, here's the deal. I've just got, like, there's times where I kind of just vibe check shit, and it's like, okay, if I use one Ash of War on this weapon the whole time, and the whole build revolves around an Ash of War that has nothing to do with the weapon, that doesn't feel very nice. But, like, putting that neatly into an explanation is not easy. I'm doing it for the purpose of content, though. You know? I'm doing it for the purpose of content, and like, oftentimes the explanation is, like, I don't know, it seems like it would be shitty if I did every Greatshield as Shield Crash exclusively. That doesn't, like, what's the point? You know? I feel like the idea of what I'm saying is pretty easy to understand, but putting it in a neat little explanation isn't, which means lots of people are gonna ask, and then, like, needing to go out on a fucking tangent every 5 minutes. Don't want to do that, you know? I just don't want to do that. Because it takes me like a solid fucking 2.5 minutes to get the idea across to you. And then somebody's gonna ask again another 2.5 minutes later. Bushy, I feel like I'm about to commit mass murder. You know? I'm with you, Jam. Jam, if somebody understands what you're talking about right now, it would be me. Chat does love missing the point and then backseating about what they would have done. That's a top 5 favorite chat activity, I tell you what. I'm new here. Is this really that common? You wouldn't believe it. Well, I don't know. You probably would believe it, because I feel like this isn't exactly unreasonable, you know? Like, I understand why you guys are asking the question. It's just not reasonable for me to answer it every time, you know? Know what I'm saying? I wish there was a more reasonable solution. A 4,000 second slow mode. Yeah, you want to, Jim? And I do think something else. Listen, all right. Here's where frustration creeps in, that maybe some of you chatters don't realize. Because I understand why you asked the question. You know, that totally makes sense. But frustration can creep in when you guys more or less say, fucking forehead, why don't you just do this, while providing a solution that doesn't come anywhere close to be sufficiently well thought out, you know? Like, at that point, it's like, why do you think that I didn't think about that, you know? And that can be frustrating. That's why Jam was being a little sassy. Oh boy, read it. What? What am I reading? I won't be using Ashes of War that are not unique to weapons. In this case, Shield Crash would give the same effect on any Great Shield. The goal is to show off the weapon, not the Ash of War. Yeah, it's a great explanation. No, not that. What am I reading? If you use this concept on every, is this gonna, is this the fucking, what am I reading? What am I reading? What am I possibly fucking reading? This? If you use this concept on every shield, it's gonna be the exact same thing, no? Maybe 50 damage difference on attack, but else Shield Crash is supposed to be used by Great Shields. If you want to show off the weapon, this is the best way. So, okay, you're having me fucking, what? This is one of those situations where it's like, okay, you thought I didn't think about that? This is exactly what I was just talking about here. You thought I didn't think about that? Like, okay, here, okay, oh boy, all right, crash out incoming. Crash out incoming. The answer is no. Because if I use Square Off, let's use Square Off because it's going to be a neater example. Because there is less legitimate builds, less legitimately viable builds on Great Shields. So Square Off's going to be a neater example of what I'm talking about here, but it applies both ways, just to a lesser degree with Great Shields. So, straight swords and Square Off. If I simply allow Square Off in every circumstance the whole time, all I'm going to end up doing is spamming Square Off and taking crits on every single straight sword. Every single one. And at that point, it's going to be no different between every single straight sword. Okay? But if I say, like, all right, the point of this is not to have a single Ash of War dominate the build and completely overshadow the point of the weapon, I could get to something something that well, let's just go look at it. I'm not having any examples come to top of mind right here, but let's just go fucking look at it. Let's go on this tangent. Whoops. I look up weapons and expect it to show me Elden Ring weapons. Let's go on this tangent, all right? Okay. So, if I don't allow Square Off, I'm going to be experimenting with multi-hit here. I'm going to be experimenting with charged attacks here. I'm going to be experimenting with what I have available to me. You know? I'm going to be experimenting. Well, I don't think you can actually change carry and grandeur on this, but that is also an idea, right? Crud Frog, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Versus if I say, all right, we can use one Ash of War. This is something that I've thought about for weeks at this point. I promise, part of the reason why frustration builds is because I've gone back and forth on this and thought about all the questions that you have for weeks at this point. And when they get asked, it's like, did you think I didn't fucking think about that? You know, it gets frustrating at a certain point. Because if I say, all right, straight swords are simply square off swords, then I never try to do multi-hit stuff. I never try to do charge attack stuff. I never try to get these weapons to work in anything other than specifically the one thing that they're pigeonholed into is square off. You know? Now, if there was something that works particularly well with square off, which there's not gonna be, because there's no synergy for square off, you know, there's no synergistic weapon, but let's say one of these functioned kind of like how Freya's greatsword functions with Lion's Claw. Well, okay, actually, hold on. No, this is a great way to put this. This is a great way to put this. This is a substantially better example to illustrate this feeling that I'm trying to avoid here. Okay? So Lion's Claw can obviously go... Is it a Colossal Greatsword? It might be a Colossal Greatsword. Lion's Claw can obviously go on these big fucking weapons, and it's really quite powerful, right? Where's Freya's? Is Freya's a regular Greatsword? Did I miss it? Where is this sword? Is it a curved greatsword? Maybe it's a curved greatsword. All right. Lion's Claw can go on Dismounter, on Omen Cleaver, on these smithing stone curved greatswords, right? And I could turn all these smithing stone curved greatswords into Lion's Claw or Savage Lion's Claw. But why would I do that when that's making Lion's Claw be the center of attention instead of the weapon? The point is for the run to be about the weapon. However, with something like Freya's greatsword that makes it so that you have better red main skills by 10%, then it's like, oh, okay, there's an explicit reason this weapon is good with Lion's Claw. It's not this weapon class is good with Lion's Claw. It's not the point is to show off the weapon and use the weapon for what the weapon is trying to do, not the Ash of War. That's what I'm trying to get at here. It's annoying and frustrating because I've had to think about it. And I'm sure after my explanation here, you're probably like, oh yeah. I guess I can see where you're coming from there. You know? Some of you are still probably chomping at the bit to be fucking argumentative with me. But I'm sure after that long-ass explanation, you can probably be like, oh, okay, that starts to make sense. But nonetheless, it's still fucking annoying to sit here and have thought about this idea for a week and have somebody be like, but did you think about this? It's fucking annoying, okay? Can I argue with you for fun? No. I do understand from your view that it would overshadow the weapon itself. All right, it's all good, Row of Bandit. Listen. I get it. Me feeling frustrated is fine. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong. I understand why all this happened. Nonetheless, moderately annoying to deal with, all right? All right, glad we understand each other. Now, time to wait 4 minutes and have somebody suggest the exact same thing. Gentlemen, pray for me. Pray for me that I don't go on the same fucking rant. Pray for me. Don't worry, chat's on 30-minute slow mode. I mean, I don't think that's necessary, Jam, but do whatever you got to do to keep yourself sane. All right, let's continue this run, gentlemen. DMK, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. All right. Scott, thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is pretty decent damage. I mean, great shields do fine damage. They're not fucking useless. You know, they're not staff and seal tier. But you know, they're not, as far as weapons go, they're not great. Stupid. Everyone's boy, thank you for the tier 1, dude. Okay. This is my second Great Rune. My idea here is that I get access to respecs and I just go to Altus through Virgins and I literally never go Caled. Okay. And the charge attacks aren't crazy, but they're not awful. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hello? Do you follow up? What the fuck? Goodbye, Renala. Would a ridiculous L1 spam multi-hit Greatshield build be fun? You wouldn't believe what happens when you press L1 with 2 Greatshields in your hands. You wouldn't believe it.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye have. There are
Even if I told you, you wouldn't fucking believe it.
from whence ye hide.
You block. If it's not clicking, you block when you have a shield in your left hand. I'm just burning these runes, I guess. Did I say L1, R1? Yeah, no, multi-hit is not an idea here. I'll be honest. Okay, I'm gonna spend some of these runes. Cool. Just so I don't waste them. Is it possible to have 2 timers, one for total time and one for current run? Not in a way that I'm going to set up. But I keep track of it in the spreadsheet at the end of every run. Someone bring their Switch to TwitchCon so we can play Mario Kart. I don't know if you know this, Jamothy, but neither me or Ryan drinks. So I don't know how much Mario Kart is gonna... Damn it, I jumped a tiny bit too early. I wanted to take some damage, but not that much damage. Fuck. You know, Montage would be all over that. Montage is also not drinking. Fuck. Okay, dude. Dude, why can't I climb this? Let me climb! Scum nut every morning. Great shields can have the shield strike Ash War on them. Would Shard of Alexander just buff your damage outright at that point? Oh, it would buff your damage when you press L2. It is true. Tanner is turbo unk. I bet bro's eating his dinner right now, and he's gonna go to bed because it's 8 p.m. Bro is turbo unked out so hard. All right, I am really thinking about guard counter idea here. I'm really thinking about giving that a shot. If you guys wanted, so like, I just had another thought here. I just had another thought about shield crash. A point in time where I would be using shield crash would maybe be on something like Spiked Palisade or Fingerprint Stone Shield. The reason for that is that it would have synergy with the innate status buildup of those weapons. And it would be like, all right, this weapon does something cool with this Ash of War. Not, this Ash of War is good on this entire weapon class. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm, I know you see what I'm saying. I already fucking explained it before, but that would be an example. What am I putting back on here? Axe Talisman? Oh boy. Ow. Ow. Dude, what? What am I fucking hitting if not the dude here? What? Dude. Dude. Where the fuck is your hurt box, man? What? Could we get a command for what weapons he's already used? That's so much work. Jamothy, it's already there. Exclamation point, all weapons. Just direct them to that. Oh, you noticed. All right. What am I doing? I didn't know that existed because I have a job. Chat, I think she's talking shit to me. What do you think? What are you thinking, chat? 2 timing me bushy working too good. 2 gigs. I think so too, man. I think so too. Alright, if I am doing guard counter build, I could bust out Scholar's Shield again. Alright, hold on. Where's guard counter talisman? And is there anything else that works for guard counter? Does, like, the Black Knight set or something do anything for guard counters? Probably not, right? Oh. This is in the Rusted Key area. All right. Okay, and we could do that instead of Dragon Crest Greatshield. That way I actually have 4 damage talismans on. However, one of them is Ritual Sword, and I intend on getting hit, so, like, you know, that's not good. I guess I could use Great Shield Talisman in place of Ritual Sword. It's a good idea. Yeah, man! Do we swap Ritual Sword for the Talisman that buffs defense the more weight we have? I would need to be heavy load.
Where are the sleeves? I pulled the top hit for pitch black.
All right.
Where the fuck are the sleeves?
Bro runs down here and steals my sleeves. This is crazy. This is crazy. What are you looking for? No. In the same fucking box, dude. Holy shit. Gentlemen. That's what Ryan just got. Gold Mega Darkrai EX.
My new most expensive card. That's ridiculous.
New most expensive card.
Alright, it's safe. We're good. We're good.
PSA says $3.50. Yeah. Send it into PSA. Yeah, I don't know what happened to it, man, but it looks like it's all fucking torn up. I'll give you like $3 for it. Then you see the same card a week later listed as a PSA 10. Don't know what it means, but congrats, Ryan. Oh yeah, that's a really rare card. That's a really rare card. That's like it's probably a couple $100. It's from the newest Pokemon set. Holy shit, I thought I fucking died again. Oh my goodness. You better stop fucking throwing fire pots, you dickhead. Fuck off. Fuck off. Kill me. That works. All right. Okay. This goes curved sword. This goes Greatshield talisman. All right. In our right hand, we're going to grab glintstone staff and we're going to start making use of, let's find it. Scholar's shield, which apparently requires 12 int. Guess what I don't have? 12 int. Does it add magic damage to the shield? No, it does not. It increases your guard boost. That's what Scholar's Shield does. Dude, seeing that makes me want to open a fucking Pokemon pack, dude. Mizzy, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. I haven't been able to buy Pokemon cards in a long fucking time at this point, dude. I keep getting screwed. I went to Sam's Club yesterday. Went to Sam's Club yesterday in the morning. Waited in line for an hour. Didn't fucking get anything. Then they dropped the same stuff on their website in the evening. It was bugged to all fucking shit. Didn't fucking get anything. Then Pokemon Center said they were dropping stuff earlier this morning. And then after waiting in the queue for like an hour and a half, they didn't drop anything. Just been getting turbo cucked, man. They also removed a bunch of shit from the vending machines because I used to go hit a bunch of vending machines to try to get Pokemon cards. But then they removed ETBs and boxes. So, like, there's a lot less stuff to get. You know? What do you think about the no recording / streaming of Duskblood's network test? I think that's what Night Rain said too. I think that's what they say every time. Listen, I could be wrong. I'm not going to get myself in trouble. I won't be the only person streaming Duskblood's network test, you know? If nobody else is doing it, it's not like I'm going to fucking do it. But I'm pretty sure they say that every time, and it's just like ignored. All right. We now have guard counter build. So let's give it a try. Okay. I feel like going for a stamina build here makes sense. The damage isn't crazy, but... Whoops. Oh, I'm out of stam. It's too far in front of him. Stand and bang! Running the Nintendo through capture card like Elgato 4KX would make it bypass any stupid restrictions Nintendo tries to enact to prevent streaming. Well, it's not like... Like, if you want to capture a Nintendo Switch, you gotta run it through a capture card anyway. But HDMI exists for the sake of preserving copyright. If they want to make it so that... the signal doesn't go through an HDMI cable to a capture card, they can do that. Eternal Bronze, thank you for the 300 bits. I was wondering why we stopped getting our beginning stream pack opening. Hoping you get better drop luck, Bushman. Oh yeah, I also got turbo cucked the day before Sam's Club on Pokemon Center because I waited in the line, got in early, and then as soon as I got in, I did it on my phone, and I guess apparently it has problems with fucking Safari. The moment I got in after waiting for like an hour, is it refreshed the fucking page and put me at the back of the line, dude.
I shall leave. I wish you have. I have no.
Fucking diabolical, man. Was it Nintendo or FromSoft saying they were going to disable capture button? I mean, listen, here's the deal. This is Nintendo, it is true. They're a scary, very out-of-touch company. But also, that's very normal terminology. I think they said that and do that in every single one of their network tests. I played Night Rain network test on PlayStation, and the capture button on the PlayStation didn't work. It's kind of just like standard practice. I mean, most of the time, I imagine the rationale is like probably something like data mining related so that they can completely copyright nuke somebody if somebody like figures out how to like dig through the files and find out shit they're not supposed to know. I imagine that's the rationale. Oh, whoops, wrong thing. All right, gold free. Let's do it. Ow. Main reason I like the Elgato cards is because the EDID picks up as a display, so the device just thinks it's a monitor anyways. I have to imagine that is the smallest of engineering challenge to overcome. I have to imagine if a Nintendo or somebody like that really wanted to restrict the most popular brand of capture card in the world from being able to capture something, I think they'd figure it out. Damn it, dude. Okay, this guard counter shit ain't working great. Barricade shield buffs guard boost, right? Yeah. I forgot about barricade shield, but that's also what Scholar's shield does. I forget which one does more. I don't think this is a guard counter fight. At least not with how my stamina currently is. I think I could do stamina regen on the... Stamina regen and stamina quantity on the physic. And that would probably work pretty good. Right now, this build is not cooking, I tell you what. Trying to make it cook. Damn it. Fuck me, dude. "10 seconds, gives the shield tier 4 hardness." Okay, that's actually... Doesn't that do anything else? I thought it also buffed guard boost. Increase to guard boost differs depending on the shield. Okay, by how much? Halves the stamina cost when blocking attacks for medium and small shields, irrespective of the shield's guard boost. Barricade shield does not change the guard boost stat. If it would cost 30 stamina to block an attack, it now costs 15 stamina. Great shields only receive a 30% decrease in stamina cost. All right, is that better than Scholar's Shield? Tier 4 hardness is also something. Reduces stamina damage taken while blocking by 35%. Okay. All right, so Scholar's Shield is better, but it doesn't give hardness. But also, hardness is not a huge deal. What the fuck even is hardness? It's the stat that determines whether or not weapons bounce. For most bosses, their weapons won't bounce even on the hardest of things. But, like in an NPC fight, their weapon would definitely bounce. All right. Have a good one, Timothy. Okay. Yeah, I think we spec a little bit more into Stam here. I think I could safely go Turtle Talisman if I wanted to. I think I could also go get Turtle Shell, although I don't think those stack, actually. I think we do something like this. Okay, gentlemen, give me a second. I will be right back, my boys. Give me a second. Gotta go to the bathroom. All right, gentlemen. Your boy has made it back. He's made it back. He's never been more back. Tell you what. All right. Let's do this thing. Want to get Scholar Shield soon. Madgrad, thank you for the tier 1 for 50 months. Big one. The big 50. Okay, dude. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about the fucking guard counter idea. I'll be honest. Like, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to take advantage, but it ain't great. Feels kind of crazy that you can't shield, like, block attack the same way that you could block attack with, like, spears. I feel like Great Shield should be able to block and attack at the same time. Deflecting hard tier will change everything, trust. Yeah, you know, this Great Shield run might actually be a little bit longer than I was anticipating. I might need to pick it up tomorrow. Because I got off on some tangents for sure. I do need to eat dinner at some point. Speaking of which, gentlemen, I brewed up I slow cooked some chicken thighs and mustard and honey and butter today, dude. I'm excited to see how they turned out. Nice try, idiot. But yeah, I do... You're probably right. I do probably want to pay a visit to the DLC for this. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to beat the ever-living shit out of one of them golems with a great shield without the ability to take riposts. Slow cooking what? Smoker crockpot? Essentially a crockpot. It was an Instapot, which is... It's a pressure cooker, but I just vented it the whole time, so it didn't actually pressure cook.
The thorns, a husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like you to the flame then, and guide you. Should let my share them with me. Your thoughts.
Okay. Beating Moog with just a great shield sounds like misery. No, that's not going to be the problem. It's the colossal fucking dickhead. Dickhead, yeah? It's a colossal fucking dickhead that's in the DLC that I need to kill for the deflecting hard tier that's going to be the problem. I think it's fair to say for the golems, you can fist them for a post, because otherwise we're going to be here for 2 hours. Does fisting them for a post even do that much damage? That probably does like 100 damage. But also no, like killing the fire golems without taking the riposte is not the hardest thing to do. It'll be faster than killing Elden Beast with a heavy crossbow, I tell you what. All right. Cock sex with the shield. Hell yeah, dude. Bussy is cock rings ass crack bandit. This is quite the lineup of tallies we got going on here. And yeah, dude, maybe deflecting hard tier turns the guard counter build into something. I think I am gonna head to Weeping and get Barricade Shield. I feel like that's reasonable at some point here. However, not gonna be the most useful thing for Fire Giant. Goodbye, BBK. Goodbye. What tier's the one that heals you when you fall below 25%? Don't remember. Couldn't tell you. All right, let's make a quick weeping journey. Quick weeping journey. I think it's called Crimson World Bubble Tier. I think that's the one that makes you not take elemental damage. They look similar. Okay, and then well, actually, I don't want to take this jump across. I want to light the grace that's going to be by Arena, because believe it or not, Arena is yet again getting victimized on this run. I don't think I can actually get to that grace from if I jump across right there. I need to get to the grace. What? No way. No way they don't let you jump up there. Hello. Okay. Need this grace for later. And now we got a Knight's Cab to go hunt down. Oh, Mr. Knight's Cav. How are you, Mr. Knight's Cav? All right, let's do it. Come here. Stuck on the tree. Ow. Uh-oh. Ow. Come here. No riposte. No reach on the fucking guard counter either, dude. Okay, dude. You know it's a bad Knight's Cab fight when the horse gets back into it. Okay, there's barricade shield. What tier are we looking at with this? I mean, this is worse than halberd for sure. Definitely better than heavy crossbow. But worse than halberd. Alright, barricade shield. Just like that. Barricading my shit, cuzzo. Oh, you're welcome. Alright, gentlemen. Here's the deal I got for you. Since this one evidently is going to be a longer playthrough, I gotta go eat dinner. I gotta end stream and go eat dinner. However, I offer payment in the form of a pack opening, okay? How's that sound? I offer payment in the form of a pack opening. Let's see, what do I got? All right, gentlemen. Let's open some Mega Evolutions. Mega Evolutions is a set that I've come pretty close to finishing. So I always like this one. My lights on this top-down camera are off. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. Like, it doesn't look as if there's no lights on. So I guess that's nice. Okay. Nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. Okay, Mega Evolutions again. Let's give it a try. Ryan came down here and showed me a fucking gold Mega Darkrai, dude. Got me feeling all frisky again. Come on. Meganium. Marshadow. Oh, all right. Full art Night Stretcher, gentlemen. Look at that. Look at that. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. All right. One more. This one's not Mega Evolutions. It's Destined Rivals. I've gotten pretty much nothing out of Destined Rivals. Just being 100% honest, I've gotten very little out of this set. Maybe we change that right here. Ball Toy. That's a crazy Pokemon name. Spidops. Hold on, it's sticky. Hold on, it's sticky. That's a good sign when it's sticky. Wait. No, this is the fucking... This is the holo, dude. Did I missed a reverse holo? God damn it, I missed a reverse holo. Fuck! Damn it. Fucking Pinor, dude. Okay. We go again. We go one more. Go one more, gentlemen. Go one more. One more. Addicted? Not once in my life. Come on. Come on. Reverse holo. Oh! SIR! Look at that shit, gentlemen. Holy fuck. Certainly not a top hit, but that's an SIR, gentlemen. Woo! Woo! That's pretty. That's pretty. That's pretty. Look at that. Look at that, dude. All right. All right. We take those. We take those. Gentlemen. Great success. All right, boys. All right, boys. It is, it's time for me to cue the fuck out and go eat some food, all right? All right, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow. Ideally a little earlier in the day than what I started today. That's the hope. See you guys then. Bye. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, 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 bye.